Alright, hello, hello. That might be the most fucked up thing on my Twitch now, is the fact that that is not going on. For some reason, I still have a message from 4 hours ago that I deleted. Awesome. We're gonna go back into Aberration, and we're gonna work a little bit more on it. Granted, I did not think I'd be getting this far already, but I also didn't think that Brick would spawn in with the armor, with some of the weapons and equipment he already had on him. Yep, and we're getting into that stage now where we gotta worry about the nameless. What's this? Oh, just a big ass rock. More nameless. Okay, I need to know what I need for the hazmat suit. Yeah. But I think some of these needed blue or red gems. Just... we go. Alright, I guess we're going to take the long way then. Suppose at some point I should actually look at what a yearling does. Okay, that is so stupid. So in order to tame it, you need a plant species Y, or plant species Z fruit, the flashbang fruit. Then you need to have it, like, pelt you with, like, 30 stacks of feathers. And then from there, it's gonna be doing, it's just, that's so fucking stupid, but... Well, I'm nothing if not retarded, so... Okay, where do you find this little guy? Okay, where are you supposed to find the little dude? Because I knew there was a like a jumping spider you could like Spider-Man with, but it's not showing you where his spawn thing is. Okay, so across the green and blue zones of aberration, especially near rivers, mushroom forests, and plateaus. So apparently there's a gene scanner as well that'll help me find them. So alright, so I learned roughly how to tame the Yeeling. Yeah, the only other problem is trying to find one. Okay, so we gotta do a lot. So right now, I think first and foremost is probably work on base a little bit more. I don't think we need any more dinos. That should be enough for the smithy and maybe a bit extra. What am I missing? Stone, of course. Oh no, it's one of my favorite games. Honestly, this map is also probably my favorite too, so that's why I've been playing quite a bit of it. So. I switched up. This is just kind of... I was kind of behind a little bit, so the last 24 hours has just been a lot of catching back up on it. Trying to get the proper amount. I'll probably do the same when I go back to doing my Assassin's Creed run. Probably do most of that for a while. Trying to think if there's any naturally reoccurring oil. There might be in the water. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I started a while ago, so I can't even properly say. For the most part, it's been quite a while. These are looking like oil rocks. I gotta stop pressing that. If I remember correctly, there was oil rocks in the water, but it's so freaking hard to see. I don't happen to have the goggles with me. Oh my god, I do. Yeah, I work. Not always my favorite thing to do, but I work. So mainly makes my money. About 9:30 at night, so not too late. There were oil rocks. Why do we have to change so much of it? Nah, we live in a desert, so hot. Granted, it started to cool down a little bit, but still. Most of the time, it's just hot. Maybe I'm just thinking. Maybe it's just too damn dark to see. That too. I enjoy the rain a lot. I wish I got more rain. But not really what happens when you live in the fucking desert. It's one of those things. I haven't quite hit it off just yet. There's sometimes I have some pretty good stream days, but for the most part I just do this for fun. Got the fucking seed, there we go. That's all we need. And fucking better not be one of those things where it's only in the darker areas. There better be fucking oil rocks here. So if oil rocks aren't until you get into the blue zone, I'm gonna be upset. Thought about it. Need my PC to be updated in order for me to do some of that shit though. But for the most part, since I mainly stream on console, it doesn't really matter, so. It's just gonna be one of those things that as I get my stuff upgraded and set back up, then I can start getting other things going for it. But for the meantime, it's just kind of like, work with what you got. I need to go back into the blue zone, probably. Hopefully. I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. And you really do not give up easily. Why did I run into like Raptor fucking Central? Goddamn. There's more yeelings, but we don't have the proper thing to tame them, so this wouldn't fucking work. God fucking damn it. Logo banner with your phone? If there is a way, I haven't learned how to. So. And again, because I stream on console, Discord wouldn't work either. So. We've already ran into those issues before. That's a yeeling again. We would be fine if we actually managed to have the right, proper resources, but we do not. So that's not going to work. Good Lord. Don't want to go into the blue zone again, but we might have to in order to get more oil. To even get oil to begin with, I don't think we need. So I think all the stuff that produces oil is in here, such as leeches, trilobites. Yeah, all the fun stuff. Then there's also lampreys, so we'll have to be careful. I appreciate it, but I'm okay. I kind of learn as I go along, and I like to learn my own ways. Dung beetle would be useful. It can produce oil. Again, appreciate it, but I'm alright. Okay, be careful because we're precipice of going into the red zone. We don't want the red zone, we want to stay within the blue zone. Getting a dung beetle might be worth it. However, I would need to put a greenhouse in. Well, technically I wouldn't have to, but having a greenhouse is typically where I like putting those bad boys, and those bad boys kind of just roam around in there. Another one wouldn't be a bad idea. Beavis wouldn't be a bad idea to get. It's just also interesting because I'm not really fighting a lot of insects. Okay, the question is if I drop down and go lower, is there going to be a way for me to get out? Oh my god, why'd you kill a Shinehorn? Oh, you bastard! Why did you eat a Shinehorn? That was unnecessary. Bro was just trying to survive. And this is probably where I need like zipline anchors and shit. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but it looks like that's what we're doing. Okay, fuck. Come on, there we go. Kind of hop, skip, and jump our way around this way. Another earthquake. Maybe if we go along the tree here. Why does this remind me of, like, the Underdark from, like, Baldur's Gate, and I'm climbing the Susur tree? There be a basilisk down there. Oh, fucking nutsacks. That's probably gonna lead me into the red zone, huh? Means probably radiation. Means I should really stop going this way. Fuck! I forgot about those. Oh shit. My bad. Which one was it? I think it was gold mushrooms that provided the protection from the blue spores. Forgot about those. I wish I could see straight. I'm fucking. Is that a rock drake? How bad did these shrooms hit me? I'm just a little tired, I guess. Ow. How is my torpidity still going up? Well, I'll never know because my inventory is full. It's like, did that give me anything? Hmm. That was an angler job. Why there's so many fucking toads? Well, after all that, went through all that fucking effort and still didn't find any fucking oil. really just fucking need oil. Oh, that's a gas vein. We should probably get away from that. It's like, huh, weird that they have blue crystals right here. Still have to grab some, though. And then it was just like, oh, that was not blue crystals. That was a gas vein. Okay, how on earth do you get fucking oil in aberration? Ah, yeah, so the only way to get oil rocks is over by the red zone. So the only other way to get it is to either kill a shit ton of trilobites or get a bunch of motherfucking dung beetles. Honestly, dung beetles might be the way to go. Alrighty. Alright, we'll go get some dung beetles and bring them back. Okay, now we're all the dung beetle. There's one. Just need to clear out all the fucking enemies. No, that wasn't a dung beetle, that was an Achenta. Fuck. There's a couple. There we go. Now we properly opened it up. Just... Oh, why'd you kill the dung beetle? Oh, fucker. Well, that's a... Are you done yet with your rampage? Because now we gotta find another fucking beetle. Right here. Perfect. You know what? As long as he's happy, I guess. Good lord. Okay, we're gonna build a little 2x2 for them. God, why is that fucking jumping spider so tiny? It's gonna be impossible to find him. And do a little 2x2. There's one. There's two. So those are going to be our little oil producers. Bringing some stairs into here. And I think I actually have to put shit in their inventory. Like literal shit. Perfect, I'm glad we're all deciding to take shits at this moment. This makes it really easy on me. Ravager. Of course. Excuse me. Still any more metal infused rocks over here, or are we all out? We might be all out. Damn. We're not in like bad situation as far as metal goes, but it's like I always like having more. Which my last few points go into. Fuck, do you get black pearls in this? Oh, I guess you could use the otter strategy. Finally got a little bit of oil. Get your fucking ass back here, you goddamn trilobite bitch! This would be really good if I had an otter. I could actually start seeing if I could get some black pearls. I think I had like maybe a couple, but I didn't have a whole lot, I know that. As if I even kept them in my inventory. I don't think I did. So I'm sure then the next option as far as getting black pearls is going is trying to fucking jump into the radiation zone. There's a reason I put the extra points into my health, because if I'm going into the radiation zone, that means I'm gonna have, because I don't think that radiation gear provides any actual protection. I don't think it gives you a damage reduction. I mainly jumped in here to see if there was a fucking otter anywhere. There we go, I got some black pearls. Because that was the only reason I kept killing trilobites, is like, I'm pretty sure they had a small chance at dropping them. How many black pearls do I have? 5. I need 10. I also knew relatively where some more otters spawn, but we're gonna have to kind of delve into an area I'm not that pleased to go to. But at this point, we're gonna have to rely a little bit more on animal abilities than the natural resources of the island. So for example, I'm going to need to use the Anklo's ability to collect more metal from anything. So that way I can start hitting these little shitty rocks. And while they may not give me the best metal, it's better than nothing, I guess. Maybe while we're out roaming, we'll find a little Cosmo. Which is what I was trying to figure out. Because, like, I knew there were little jumping spiders called Cosmos. We'll get him, Bulldog. God damn. Just watched a bulldog bite the fucking shit out of a goddamn Spinosaur till he died. But the other reason I want a Cosmo is not just because I think he's adorable, which he absolutely is, but he acts as like a secondary grappling hook. And also is able to spew out like some kind of electrified web. Oh god damn it. was able to spew out some kind of electrified web, which would deal damage to creatures who are vulnerable to light, such as the Nameless and Reapers. So I mean, wouldn't be a bad idea to try and grab one. They say they're all over Aberration. I haven't spotted one. Whoa! I could start jumping in the water now and seeing if there's any otters. Oh my god, I just killed a bulldog. And seriously, did my right gear just... Oh my god, my right gear is starting to break. So this is entirely stupid. Oh fuck. So this entire thing is stupid, right? So I'm trying to find an otter because I need to get an otter so I can have it kill a bunch of coelacanths to get black pearls. So I need the black pearls to make the fucking gene extractor. But here's where it gets stupid. You wanna know the thing? Fucking put me down! You want to know the thing that would have helped me find otters even quicker? The exact thing that I have to get otters to help me build. The gene extractor would help me find these creatures, which is why I'm trying to get one. We now have 2 otters. Neither of them are mate boosted. Well, I wouldn't say... They are not mate boosted, saying neither of them are mate boosted is redundant. What do you mean the class is disallowed? Really? The Daedon? The Daedon. And a fairy? Okay, that just feels retarded. I'm pretty sure that was one of the ones that when I accidentally killed the bulldog, I think that was one of the babies that it was following. So it feels only right that I take care of him. Probably not one of the babies, but... Come on, little guy. You can't be out here. I love these spears. I'm sorry. There's a creature in the ground here. I think it's a bulldog. Yep, it is a bulldog, and it is stuck under the ground. Oh, fucking shit. Not a fucking again. I really gotta stop doing shrooms. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, I really gotta lay out the shrooms. I'm gonna sit up on the parasaur for a sec. That may have been the closest Brick has ever come to dying in a while. I need more dong. Not dong. Dung. Dong. I need dung. Dung. I need more dong. I need more dung. Oh fucking damn it, dude. I need more dung. Need more of you to shit. So please shit. gonna take the otters out for a little bit of a spin. Oh, come on. Perfect. Black pearl, perfect. Two black pearls. Good, 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 good. We're making some solid efforts here. Some solid progress. More silk pearls. How many black pearls do we got though? 8. Need one more. Alright, that should be enough. Yes! Got a black pearl. You're such a good hunter. Alright, let's get back. No, I need at least one of those. It's like some weird striptease. What the fuck? That's so slightly wonked. What's that gasoline at? Alright. Drop that in there. At least start dropping some of this stuff in there. How many electronics do we need? 10. One, so we can make 10, and then all I need is crystal. Shouldn't be too hard to find. Unless they took it out, but there used to be just a little section of crystal over in this area. Nope, there it is. Feel like I'm missing more crystal. Yeah, 80 crystal. Oh, it's time to go back up to the starting area. I hate the fact that they changed the landscape. Oh, well, nuts. Well, nuts. We didn't have to kill a Gigantoraptor. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm gonna sit there and be like, wait a minute, where am I? Oh shit, I didn't even see that. Hey, Lampress, how's it going? I mean, yeah, that's fair. I've been doing good. I mean, I would say the only thing of real interest that happened was that Brick almost found his end. At least not for right now, no. So we moved on into, Aberration. Yeah, I'll still probably go back to it, but it's gonna be a while. Okay, so it is tracking, but for some reason it doesn't recognize the fact that it's weird. Interesting. That's weird because the fact of the matter is that Cosmo is on Aberration. So the fact that it wants to sit there and tell me that, no, we don't know there's no such thing as this creature in any sense of the word. Like, okay, so you lie because he's on this ARK. In your level. It's not fucking working. Hello. But then we do something like this and it immediately tells me where to go. So I really do not get it. No, Aberration, it always has earthquakes in it. But that's pretty funny though. Fuck you, bitch. But yeah, no, that... I wonder if the game's glitching out. I wonder if I have too many mods on and it's bugging out the game, because rock textures are a little weird. Why am I hearing my Endoraptor when he's all the way over there? And why can't I find... even using the thing that is literally meant to help me track down dinosaurs. Not saying that it can't even find them. Alright, we're gonna... So we're just doing that so we can wipe out all the dinos, because I think there might be an issue with the fact that... So it's not that the game needs an update, so... it could be mods, but I've updated all my mods recently. But it also could be the fact that there are just so many dinosaurs going on that they just needed to be reset. So, but I have just taken it off, or I have just reset the wild dino spawn. Cannot have trades, cannot have trades, cannot have trades. Okay. How about you? What kind of traits you have? You have mineral bearing. That's cool. Cold. What the fuck does cold do? Heat. Oh, that's interesting. Slow metabolism. Probably means you don't eat nearly as much. Not a whole lot. It's like it's under 10. I know that. Still within the single digits. Okay, so spawns are still having to reset themselves. That's fine. So go ahead and save the game right here. Now we'll reset the ARK. Because it's not necessarily a mod that he's on, he's a part of the game. But you can only access him in Aberration with the Bob's Tall Tales DLC, which I have on because that's, believe it or not, the thing that I was just using came from that DLC. So, yeah, that's what I think happened. I think it was just overwhelmed with how many dinos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, well, I was mistaken. It was 12. But I only have 11 active. So the only one that's really, I just updated that. What the fuck? Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Can you update any faster? Because, yeah, a lot of these were out of date, and I updated them last night, but it seems like they've all gone back to whatever, so. But I am thinking the server was a little overwhelmed with spawns, so it wasn't spawning him in. So we just did a dino wipe. And we're gonna see if that fixes it. Good lord. See, this is one of the things I hate about this, is that it takes so freaking long to do anything with the mods. Why did it back me all the way out? What the fuck is going on with the game now? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm just gonna have to reset it. Oh yeah, trust me, I know it's stupid. So I left the game open while it did the updates, because I've had that problem before. Because here's also the other thing, not only was this out of date, but so was this, and I'm pretty sure this one was too, which I just activated. But see, these ones are all up to date, so this is the only one that still needs an update. Yeah, and see, this is how I know it was bugging out, because when I press B, I should only go back to this menu. Instead, it launched me all the way back to the main menu. Well, while we wait for that, let's just see if there's any other fucking mods here that might be interesting. Not gonna lie, this looks interesting to me. Oh, of course, it's a premium mod. Well, that's cool. They would have already said if they so anytime you need to update, it will always say up here instead of installed, it'll say out of date, just like this one does. So they're all up to date, which means none of them need to be updated. He did this. That's fucking spooky. Big old fucking lizard. Yeah, some of them are a little ass. But I mean, here's the thing: is the fact that at least it's not like super exorbitant. Like, not like dropping $20 just for like a few skins or anything. No, it's like at least you actually get some shit out of it. And you don't even have to buy the premium edition. You can just install it. It's got a free version and a premium version. The premium version just gives you more. So even for that, it's still like, you get the base of it for free. I mean, again, just what's the mod? Interesting. Primal Fear. Yeah, I can look at it. I think I know that one. Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, plus atomic automation. What is this? Hmm. Just able to do stuff. That's cool. Well, this is what pops up when I put it in, so... Primal Chaos? This one? What the fuck? The first one? Oh, okay. But... Oh, the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing that. What the fuck? Hey, well that was that one, which is by the same person. So you got a free version, I'm guessing, which is the Primal Chaos, and then you got Primal Nemesis. No. No. Oh, hell no. Oh. What the fuck? What is that? You know, I think I'd rather touch a cactus with my dick. What the fuck? What the fuck? That looks like it could be fun. Aww. That still could be fun though. Oh my god. Yeah, that. Oh god. Let's be fair. I don't think I should put that in on my hardcore. We're barely making it through as it is with just, you know, base level stuff with, you know, some mystery mouse tools. Like this, I. Just want this to be finished. I mean, that's fair. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm not sure how I feel about it right now, just because, again, I got already a lot of shit going on with this. It feels like putting something like this in is just gonna fuck me up even more. Because again, like, I think this is like a free version, where this is like a more advanced premium version, because they're both by the same guy. This one's definitely got a lot more installs, though. Besides, look at all that shit. Alright. The dragon one finally got updated. Yeah, I know you. I knew what you meant by saying that. I knew it was YouTube. Oh, I have no doubt. Okay. Things should be all sorted now. Should be. Not sure if all the dinos have spawned in yet. Still looks pretty empty. Yeah, no, dude, that's gonna be fucked up. Still nothing. We're still waiting on everything to spawn in. In the meantime, we're just gonna kind of take a little trip. Okay, it looks like dinos are starting to spawn back in. Still not appearing. That's fine. Oh, it's still not appearing. Even though it's just stegosaurs, like everything's starting to... Trying to stay a little bit away from the Carcanos. Might have to spawn the fucker in at this point. Yeah, I'm just gonna spawn in the dude at this point. Because why he's not spawning in still, I have no idea. Oh, hi there, little guy. You're pretty freaking adorable. What the fuck? Why is there so much shit in that? Sounds like hell in a handbasket, dude. You're adorable. Alright. We're just gonna kind of spawn a few in, so... You guys are pretty cute, but I don't want to take all of them. Fucking piranha. Fucking assholes. Honestly, what the... I didn't even have to... If I had... Ah, fuck. I am so mad at that right now. I didn't even have to spawn it in. I could have just walked across the fucking river. However, this hunk of junk wasn't telling me that there was a fucking spider right here. I'm gonna fucking go kick myself in the balls, I guess. It wasn't meant to be good aim, brother. It was meant to be spray and pray, because I'm so fucking frustrated. Again, not entirely meant to be good aim, brother. Not really entirely meant to be good aim. Besides, my bullets are narco berries, so it is constantly renewable. That's cool. Yeah, I do not like the recoil. It is pretty abysmal, if I do say so. Okay. That's what I needed red gems for. Now I remember. Oh, right. There's a... Hmm. Okay, how do you... Ah! Okay. Gotta learn how to do this properly. I am trying to learn how to do this. It is not quite clear how he works. Oh, shit! It's got a different mode. Hang on, I gotta try this out now. So there's a shoot mode and then there's a swing mode. What's the shoot mode like? Okay, that's a little bit far. Kind of figured. Okay. Bra. Hang on. Bra. Oh my god! Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Okay, let's try the swing mode again. Okay. I think I get it. On the butt. Driving down the butt flap. Oh my gosh, he's kind of adorable. I like this little guy. Alright, I think that allowed me to access his inventory. So, can I make him... Oh, yeah, I can. Then... Oh, well, he's not a baby anymore, so that... Yeah, that doesn't work. Alright, now what is the color? Oh my god, he's so cute! Okay, let me read up a little bit on how to properly use him. Okay. Why is he rubbing your arm? Because he's holding on to it. Oh, that's actually adorable. I actually didn't know that. Oh my god! See ya, bitches! Oh my god, that is so much fun. Okay, that's actually a lot of fun. Holy crap, I didn't think that would be that much fun. Spider-Man's BC form. Some may have you believe his name was Peter Parker. Others know his name was Brick. Oh, and then I think you missed it as well. Imagine you can have two. Oh my god, that'd be so much fun. But I think you missed it, so... when I spawned in with Brick, he had all the stuff from the island. So, we literally have all of our materials from what Brick had on with him, plus all the dinosaurs he had on him. So, we do have right there, we do still have the Ice Wyvern, but we can't summon it in because no flyers allowed. Oh, balls. Ow! Spider-Man got hurt. He's hurted. I hurt my shins. That's just how aberration is. If your butt glitches, you shoot a web. That's hilarious. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this might be the most fun creature in ARK right now. Which, I hate the fact that he's hidden behind a fucking DLC. Like, you have to pay to get him, but I mean, I guess. The only problem I have with it is that there's... Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't tell you to eat the spoiled meat, you dumb shit. When did you eat the fucking mushrooms? Oh, you fucking brainlet. What the fuck? No way rock drakes are up here. Oh, so the fuck was up with the disco lights over here? Bro, this spider might need to calm down. How he be shooting out fucking rock drakes? It's not... What, the fact that he... Sorry, you don't have an animal that cares about you, you're just jealous. No, so there's a lot of lore as to why you can't have flyers in the map. And it's mainly due to the fact that... The easiest way to say it is just developers saying, no, you can't have flyers, but we'll give you wingsuits instead. Oh yeah, apparently the fucking web does 2k damage per shot. I gotta be careful because I'm heading down into the red zone, and if at some stage I'm gonna end up losing, because I don't have the radiation suit on, I'm gonna end up hitting the radiation zone. I can't be doing that. So, but no, there is a lot of lore as to why you can't have flyers. And part of it is that so Aberration in and of itself didn't used to look all like this. But the prongs, so on each arc, just like how there's 3 obelisks, there's 3 prongs that hold the whole arc together and generate a biosphere for each arc. Well, way before the time of the player, is it build from poison array? I have no idea what that means. But so in the time way before the player, there used to be, like, the arc, like, Aberration used to look somewhat very similar to the island. But with expansive cave networks, which is what we're living in right now. Well, way before the player even becomes a thing, and before Rockwell becomes boss, every arc had an overseer. But Rockwell becomes the boss of this arc instead. So, but when they went to go fight the overseer, they brought bombs into the boss fight, and it ended up destroying one of those prongs. So it ended up fucking up the entire arc itself. Because of it. So that's why the surface is like a fucking desolate wasteland. It was Rockwell. Oof. He's one of the survivors that was with Helena, the girl who keeps talking to me every time I go into a new map. We gotta work on your fucking regen there, little buddy. Let's get ready. Oh my god. You are an unfair dude. Ah, pissed. The whole reason I was trying to go to the blue zone was because I needed red crystals in order to build the gas collector. God damn it, I got distracted. Oh, I know the entirety of ARK story. Like, I know how it starts, like, way back way. Like, it is an expansive story. Like, ARK story is... fucking... yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, there's three different stories of ARK. So there's the story of the player, the story of the survivors before the player, and then, like, there's so many different stories, fuck. So the way you gotta go back is you gotta go way back before the arcs were even created. So you have to go, like, way, way, way back. So Earth was just kind of in a situation that is usually how Earth is in any future dystopian. Or I can't remember exactly what the issue was, but I want to say, like, Earth was in... it was pretty much... oh, fuck off. And, where's that? Y'all can just fuck off with that. Come on. Oh, you rat bastard, you died for me. Come on. There we go, got him. Nailed his ass. Okay. Yeah, I fucking hate this dude. So, Earth was pretty much it was in a pretty much a downward spiral. It had just had too many people, it didn't have enough energy, things were just kind of going south, everything was just kind of all around piss poor for Earth. At least I think. This is the part of where, like, my knowledge of it is a little foggy. Because, truth be told, everything could have been fine, but it's like, no, I swear there was an issue. But at one point, so Earth got hit with a meteor containing element. Now, ironic to its name, element was an element that nobody had ever seen before. So they were, like, once they saw what crash landed, they went and were like, hey, what is this? Yeah, exactly. Oh god, that's a lot of yeelings. So they essentially found out that, hey, element is pretty, like, it's really good. Like, this unknown element is actually really, really good. It's super, like, you can manipulate it in any way you want. It's super versatile. It's very easy to work with. Like, you can turn it into an energy source. You can turn it into a power source. You could use it to build things with. Like, element was kind of seen as, like, the be-all, end-all of... oh, fuck. as far as like things went. So they were like, okay, well, let's see what we can use it. Let's just continue to see what we can use it for. Now, while it was really good at, like, you know, it was a really good thing that was able to build really good architectures. It was able to, you know, go into energy, use it as fuel, pretty much use it for whatever you want. Well, they soon found out that not only was it really good at doing these things, it was really, really good at destroying things. So, of course, yep, you kind of beat me to the punch there. They started using it for war. So, now the main issue with Element in and of itself is it's pretty harmless. Like, even the so it is a very toxic and radioactive element. But in small doses, it's not that big of a deal. It's like pretty much anything. Pretty much like with anything, just in small doses, it's really good. So, but it was pretty stable when you had it in a solid. It got a little bit more unstable when it turned into a gas form, because I believe it's one of Newton's laws of physics. But pretty much any matter you cannot destroy or create matter. So when you're using something like Element as weaponry, those bullets, because it doesn't shoot a physical bullet. You gotta remember, it shoots a bolt of plasma. Well, this bolt of plasma destroys the form of Element in its solid form, and it releases it into a different form. So, when you're constantly having multiple different people, like, there were thousands and thousands and thousands of shots fired from tech weapons and from all this elemental shit. So when Element started really becoming rampant, like I said, you know, in the smallest doses, it's totally harmless. Well, they had used it for so much war that there were no small little doses. Hey, another Cosmo! Piss off. They had used so much of it that there was no such thing as small doses anymore. Like, the amount that they had used was so bad that when Element turned into I believe it formed into a gas, so when it evaporated from its physical form, it went into, I believe, a gaseous form. And this gaseous form was out in the atmosphere. Now, inhaling it isn't good for you by any stretch of the means, but you would have to... Well, hi there, little Cosmo. Alright, I'll give you some shit. You're pretty cute. I'll take you with me. Like, obviously it's not good for you to inhale, but in, like I said, small doses, everything is fine. The one thing it's not fine is when it starts entering into different things. So it started entering into Earth's water, which, Earth being 70% water, is not a fucking good thing. So it starts slowly entering the water supply, and it starts slowly changing the water till it becomes toxic. Like, you physically cannot drink it. Anything that touches the water dies. Yeah, humans are fucking greedy as all hell. So it wasn't until it was way too fucking late, of course, because you can never figure this shit out before it becomes a problem. No, they waited till it became a problem, and they were like, oh, hey, Earth's getting fucked up. That's not a good thing. We should really do something about it. So, you had two sides, I believe. One was called the Federation, and one was called the Terrans? But I can't remember. But you had two different ideologies. Essentially, one side had decided Earth was fucked. Earth was straight up fucked, and we need to get the fuck out of Dodge as quickly as we can, and we need to find a new planet to inhabit. So they came up with the Genesis ship. So the Genesis ship was, you had like, I think it was like, oh, I want to say it was like thousands of survivors went into cryostasis, and you had a habitable ring. I think you had 2 habitable rings. You had 2 rings that were basically habitable. And the ship would pretty much was like, okay, well, it's going to search the solar system, or not just the solar system, sorry, it's going to search the cosmos, literally, for any habitable planet. And then that was their plan. They were like, we're just going to find a whole new planet. Whereas the other side was like, no, there's a chance for us to fix Earth. We did this, we need to step up, and we need to fix it. So they were like, okay, let's build the ARKs. So the ARKs were taken as seeds of land from the Earth itself before everything got all fucked up and corrupted. Well, let's hope we land in some deep water. There we go. So they took forms of the ARK, and they were also like, what the fuck? I got picked up by an enemy for something or other? Oh, I think it's I think Cosmo is trying to fight them, but he keeps hitting me with the webs. I think that's what that is. So, but they were like, okay, we will take these little, so literally they were just seeds, quote unquote. They took chunks of land, turned them into basically new seeds for Earth, and then built the entirety of the ARKs and sent them into the atmosphere. And once the corruption died down enough for it to be safe on Earth and start to be inhabitable again, they were like, okay, once that comes to the point, these ARKs will come back down, hit Earth, and all the life that's on said ARKs, along with all the different animals, will then repopulate the Earth. Earth will have to start again at like square one, but it will prosper. Now, the reason why it's dinosaurs instead of everything, so they wanted to find, I believe, the best combination between humans, plants, and animals. And they tried everything else. But they seemed to get the best results of like survivors, like getting stronger, from fighting dinosaurs, with it being dinosaurs. Because the other thing you gotta remember is that the ARKs themselves, they're tests. These are different testing grounds. You're seeing, it's supposed to find the strongest survivors out of all of them. Because only that survivor, only those survivors, those who have endured all of it, and are able to survive through it, are the ones that can bring Earth back to, you know, its glory. Who can save Earth, essentially. God, Jesus Christ, I fucking hate the fucking nameless, dude. So that was all of that. But, not only that, but when they discovered elements, they'd also discovered that, I believe, oh god, because there's so much different other shit that goes on. So, because there's also the Homo Deus story as well. So the Homo Deus are like the next step in human evolution, which is what Helena became. Helena became a Homo Deus. And the only way to find other Homo Deus are to have them go through these ARK trials. And yeah, like I said, there's just a whole lot of shit, and it's all very confusing. But that is essentially how the ARK came to be, and how the Genesis ship came to be, which is all before even the Survivor story. Whap! I missed my shots. But so the Survivor story is where things get a little bit more interesting. So once the ARKs came to be and everything, then you started having survivors. So one of the more interesting things about it was that, as random as the character creator seems to be within all the ARK games and how fucking botched it is, the lore, there's actually a reason, is that each one of these player characters that you create is actually, or maybe I'm wrong, I can't remember. Because it was interesting. So the Survivor story, so where you have Helena Rockwell, so that story. So how did the, so they were part of the Survivor story. So there's two different Survivor stories. One that comes before us, and then there's another set that comes even before them. But so when the survivors, Helena, Megan, Rockwell, who's the other dumb shit? Gaius Magnus, I think is what his name is. I swear I found one of his Explorer notes, but apparently I didn't. But regardless, you have, so Helena, Edmund, Megan, and then I think his name is, like, I'm pretty sure it has to be Gaius Magnus. But he was from, like, each person was from a different point in history. Rockwell was from the 19th century. Helena was modern day. Megan was like one of the dynasty eras in ancient China. Gaius was from early imperial Rome. And it was interesting the fact that they all had come from different time periods. So that's where one of the biggest mysteries started to formulate. Was how are we all from different time periods, but we're all here? So, but Rockwell immediately became fascinated with the fauna. So he immediately became fascinated into the plant life. Where Helena kind of did the opposite. She was more interested about the dinosaurs. Megan was more focused on surviving than anything. And Magnus was... The way it was described is that he was disgusted at the state of the barbarian tribes that were in during the time. Because they were all... Because they had no order to them. I was wondering what that was. It's another Cosmo. Interesting. So now all the Cosmos are showing up. So, but he immediately took to becoming a... it'll make sense if you've ever played what I'm about to say. It'll make sense if you've ever played Civ. But he decided that he wanted to go for a domination victory. Not exactly how it works, but sure. So, but Mayan became one of the first people to tame a dinosaur. And she was very wide respected because of it, but she also didn't like people at the time, so she was kind of seen as an outcast because she'd spend her time with dinosaurs and not with her own people. Rockwell started making a bunch of recipes and becoming more infatuated as he learned more about the ARKs. And Helena started, like, worrying because she started realizing things were very wrong about the ARKs. That's where they found out they all came from different time periods. They also found out that, like, one of the weirdest things about it was the fact that this shouldn't be a functioning ecosystem. There are more carnivores than there are herbivores, which isn't a very sustainable... Oh, for fuck's sake. This is such a finicky system to use. But it doesn't make a very stable ecosystem when, you know, half of it is carnivores and the other half is plant eaters. Or I wouldn't even say half, when over half are carnivores. You don't have a very functioning ecosystem. What the hell? How did you fucking break my shit? But, believe... There's like a whole freaking storyline, but eventually at some point I think Rockwell got captured by Magnus, and he was like, wait, you don't need to kill me, I can help you. Like, you know, we can form a partnership. You can't, you know, if you kill everybody, well, who's gonna help you when you need it? And he's like, you know what? Fair point there, science man. So, and then at some point, both him and Rockwell, while they're partnered up, found out about the artifacts of the island. Which Rockwell was even more fascinated by. He wanted to learn more about them. Magnus saw them as a position of power, so he was like, huh, we're gonna find more of these because if I'm the only one who has these, everyone will listen to me. Whereas Rockwell was like, what a strange looking object. I am very fascinated by this. I would like to learn more. So, you are jumping the guns way too fucking hard here, my guy. Because you're bringing in HLNA, but HLNA isn't even a part of the story yet. So you are like, you are jumping a gun way too hard here, my guy. But, so, they ended up going through all the trials and tribulations of the island. Mei Yin was one of the first people to ever tame a Giga, which was very impressive. Edmund and Helena were constantly at battle with each other, because there was one point where Helena had found her own artifact, but Rockwell saw it as a big betrayal of their friendship, the fact that she would go artifact hunting without him. And it caused a really big divide between the two, because they were actually really close. Okay, do I have free time to eat some food? Maybe. So, but he saw it as a big betrayal done by her, and he started... Edmund was very, very full of himself. So, like, so much so that when they beat the first boss, the Broodmother, and they gained their own little bit of element, he was so fascinated by it. Here's the thing, you're trying to put a robot in when there is no robot. So there is no Clanker. They're all human. So you have Helena, who is still human, and Edmund, who is still human. Everyone who is human is still very human. So that's where it's like, I don't know where you're getting, you know, the robot from, because there is no robot. Everyone is human. There we go. But Rockwell was very full of himself, so much so that when he got his hands on Element for the first time, he saw it as a big achievement to him and decided to name it after himself. So he didn't know that it was called Element, so he decided to call it Edmundium, since his name is Edmund Rockwell. So he called it Edmundium. Which is such a fucking... I suppose that's better for now. But he decided to call it Edmundium. And he was fascinated. Mind you, this is a guy from like the 1800s. He is fascinated by how Element works. And it completely boggles his brain because he can't seem to understand how it works. And it's like the more he learns about it, the more complex it becomes. There we go. That worked out. Sort of. So, but he is absolutely fascinated by it, and he's trying to learn all that he can from it, and he's just absolutely enamored by it. Meanwhile, during the entire time, Helena is starting to learn more about how the ARK itself works. So Helena starts learning a little bit more about how the island works, how everything is how everything operates. And she soon finds out that it's like, okay, this has to be some kind of, like, it's not a real world. The ARK, like, she's like, the environment doesn't make sense. The, like, ecological systems don't make sense. How can you have more, carnivores than anything? Oh, fuck. But then she started seeing, like, other little things here and there that just told her that something wasn't right. And she wanted to find out, you know, why. Crap. Ah, you bastard. I was also around, somewhere around this time, Mei Yin had got herself into a little bit of trouble with Gaius Magnus, and he had killed all of her raptors. Like, she had a pack of raptors, and he killed every last one of them. Which kind of pissed her off really badly. But in the last dying moments of one of her raptors actually pulled her to safety before it died and bled out. So she was pretty pissed off at Magnus for this. And she saw it as her, I don't want to say duty, but she saw it fit that she gets revenge on him for that. I don't know why you're saying that when she's fucking Chinese, but sure. But at some point, they all, they managed to get all the bosses. Magnus has found the tech cave up in the volcano and has found out, you know, you need the heads from the bosses. So he puts them in and he opens it up to find out that, hey, this leads somewhere. So he has Rockwell and they both go in. Mei Yin and Helena are both a little bit further behind. Mei Yin is very angry and very upset, and when she finds out that she now knows where Magnus is going, she's like, I'm gonna go follow him. Helena tries to tell her, no, don't do that, that's a really bad idea, and she gets fucking punched out, and she gets punched so hard, she gets knocked out. Mei Yin just straight up fucking battered her head in with one punch. So they all go through and they finally beat the Overseer. Well, it's shortly after this, Mei Yin comes over. Like, I think Rockwell already went through, he had already ascended, and he went on to the next one. And Mei Yin and Magnus were left fighting. Because she was like, she wanted revenge. So they end up fighting. But then they also get, ascended. Nah, you're all good, man. So once Helena finally wakes up and comes to, she goes to the the battle where the Overseer would be, and she doesn't find anyone. She doesn't find Rockwell, she doesn't find Gaia, she doesn't find Mei Yin. The only thing she sees is just some blood. That's all she finds, is just some blood. And then she herself ends up getting, she ends up herself ascending. Now, there's a whole story within Scorched Earth, but we all know how I feel about Scorched Earth, so I couldn't tell you it. So, which means we trance over to... No. Again, you are jumping the gun way too far. Like, she doesn't even... Like, here's the thing, is that Helena doesn't even become a robot. She just gives you a part of herself in the form of a robot. So her herself isn't even a robot. Oh, god damn it. There we go. So now, here's where we kind of drop them for a split second and go back even further in time to explain the story of Aberration. So, the reason why Aberration is the way that it is. So there was a group of survivors that were from, I believe, one of the factions. I can't remember if they were the Terrans or the Federation. But regardless, they were some of the people that were from one of those factions, one of the two factions. Well, the main guy, Santiago, was actually a clone because the other guy died. The real Santiago died. But he was given all of his memories, which is where the ARKs kind of come into play. So the ARKs themselves actually have different... It has like the entire slew of a human catalog, essentially, of people of who to choose from. And that's how they get sent into the ARKs. I just ate a goddamn rare mushroom. Why do I have those in my fucking inventory? God fucking damn it. Now I'm fucking blind. So, but Santiago and his little ragtag team... Can't remember the full length of it, but they didn't know what the ARKs were either. They actually thought somebody had them trapped, and they were toying with them. They thought themselves as test subjects. And they were like, okay, how do we get out of this now? So they kept coming up with plans and coming up with plans. And so they had tech armor. So this is also, I think tech armor is also... No, tech armor is not disabled in this. However... So... They had tech armor, and they were like, okay, here's what the plan is. We're going to, you know, we're going to use this tech armor. We're going to place a bomb on wherever we can, and we're going to blow this place. So that way we can be free. Our captors will not be able to hold us anymore. So they end up going to the Overseer platform, and they ended up taking one of the bombs there. Well, now, it's at this point where not only does the bomb go off, but it blows the whole fucking thing, it blows the whole fucking column. It just fucking blasts it. And they sat there and they were like, yeah, we just fucking freed ourselves. Only to realize that once that pillar dropped, the biosphere dropped. And they soon realized, hey, we're in fucking space, dude. And we've just dropped the one thing that was keeping us alive. And so literally as the biosphere is dropping, the sun starts hitting it, and without that biosphere, that artificial biosphere, that sun starts heating up the ground. And it heats up the ground fast. Like, so much so that, like, if you're out there, even for a split second, you start burning alive. Because it is so hot. So they have to start running. Yeah, pretty much. So, but they sat there and they were like, okay, fuck. They were like, hey, wasn't there a cave system nearby that you told us about? And they were like, yeah, but we need to move fast because if we don't get in there within like the next 2 minutes, we're gonna be toast. Probably wasn't even 2 minutes. That was probably being generous. Probably like 30 seconds. So they had to fucking sprint for it. And they soon realized that, hey, these caverns are pretty extensive. Not only are they really extensive and go on for miles, but they seem to protect us from the surface. It doesn't seem like the sun can get through here. And so they started living down here. And that's pretty much the long and short of why you are in underground caves the entire time, and why if you want to go to the surface, you have to wait till nighttime. Because otherwise you start burning alive. And there's no way to protect yourself from it. So that's pretty much the backstory for Aberration. Now we can come back to, you know, our little ragtag team of fuckwads. So, once they get done with Scorched Earth, they come on to Aberration. Now, this is also where my brain, from Aberration to Extinction, my brain gets a little fuzzy here on my knowledge of the lore. But, so, this is at the point where Rockwell starts to lose his fucking mind. He is so entranced by Edmundium, and he is so entranced by what it can do, he's now starting to take it to experiments. He's now going to start experimenting with it. So he starts experimenting with it, not only on their tamed dinos that they start getting. I think at some point he even starts getting, because I think he's still partnered with Magnus. Either that or Magnus died in... radiation. Magnus either died in Scorched Earth, or he was still alive, I just can't remember. But regardless, so... shit. I need some fucking red gems. But it's at this stage where Rockwell really starts to lose his mind, and he's even gone to the point where he's starting to take prisoners, and he starts experimenting on them. So he takes like different light pets that the group has gotten, and he starts experimenting on those. I think, yeah, he had like a prisoner of war, and he started experimenting on him just to see what element would do to a person. Like, Rockwell was at this point, Rockwell was fully off of his rocker. And he was getting scary because if anyone tried to stop him, it was like, okay, so you're against me, and if you're against me, well, I'm gonna find ways to use Edmundium on you. Oh, how much did you miss? That's the question. Like, how much do I need to repeat? Alpha Carcanos. Okay, so this is like the max that I can go. Oh, crap. What was the last part you heard? Because saying last 5 minutes, like, oh god. I don't know how much I've spoken. No, you're okay. Ooh, yes. Earthquake, please. Do you remember what was last said? Because that would help me a lot more than saying 5 minutes. Oh, when they went underground? Okay, so that's not too far back, actually. So yeah, they were just like, holy crap, the caves are really expansive, and then I can't quite remember what happened to that ragtag group. But once they were able to survive, once they found a new place to survive, they were like, okay. Here... rock. What I really need is I need those red crystals. So, but they went underground, and yeah, that was kind of the story of Aberration, why it's all fucked up. It's because some bozos thought they could bring a goddamn bomb into a boss fight. But, okay, I got 12, but that's not enough. So, again, he never... Only Helena becomes a robot, but it's not even properly Helena, it's just, like, a part of her. But the reason why... So, like I said, that's why we gotta talk about Aberration first, because then it explains why everything else becomes the way it does. So... Can y'all fuck off? Okay, is there like, can I see like a rock nearby? Anything that might help me indicate where I can go for some fucking red gems real fast? Because I don't want to just... I want to walk out with like nothing. I've gone this far. I want to come back with some red gems. So, but... So once they get off of Scorched Earth, they come onto Aberration, and, you know, it's just even more fascinating. But this is where Rockwell fucking loses his fucking mind. So, he has become absolutely fascinated with Edmundium, with Element, and he starts performing experiments. He's performing experiments on creatures, on any people who disagree with him and try to, like, oppose him. Like, he has fully lost his mind, and he is fully corrupted with power at this point. Now, mind you, this is probably a little bit later into it. Edmund didn't immediately become an asshole. It was a bit more later, but... I can't remember all the buildup that happened within Aberration to lead him to that point. I just know that he starts performing, like, horrible, horrible experiments on creatures. And he does it strictly because... well, he wants to know what Edmundium will do to it. But at this point, it's like, Helena is absolutely disgusted with him. She's like, I cannot believe you would be doing this. I don't know what happened to you. I don't know what changed. But something in you changed, and it's not for the best. And eventually, at one point, they end up coming down to the radiation zone, which the reason why this place is radiated is because when they blew up that bomb, a lot of elements flooded into the river systems down here. And so now the river's down here, so when you look, like that pink stuff, that's liquid element. That is literal rivers of element. And when Edmund found those rivers filled with elements, oh boy, did he fucking get so giddy about it. He was like, the fact that it's a whole different element, it becomes a whole different state of matter, it just blew his mind. But he also saw element as the new line. Or not new line, he saw it as the next evolution for humans. So to illustrate his point, he injected himself with the liquid element. Because he thought it would, oh god. He thought it would, like, ascend him, it would evolve him into something better than a human. In his mind, it turned him into a god. So he became really corrupted. And it's why he becomes the boss fight of Aberration. Now, I don't know what happened during Extinction. I don't know if Helena ever... Oh, there's the rock. Jesus Christ! So I don't know how Helena herself became a... Oh god, I just lost it. I had it and then I lost it. I don't know how her herself became a Homo Deus. Yeah, he's still human. So he's not a normal person, that's the thing. He's been corrupted by so much element that whatever was once human is no longer there. Like, yeah, he's still sorta human-ish, but anything that was actually human of him isn't there anymore. Edmund had become so lustful of power that it, like, corrupted him in its entirety. And he no longer is a person. Not necessarily he has special powers, but he is just... He's something, alright. There's red crystals. I might have to brace just the radiation just to get to him. That is not red crystals, that is the fucking tail feathers of the goddamn rock drake. Yeah. So it's kind of bad. He lost his mind and got corrupted, and then because of that, like, you're not putting down necessarily, like, don't get me wrong, he is a monster, but you're not putting down a monster in the same aspects that you're putting down a broodmother. You're putting down somebody who just became corrupt with power. It's just Rockwell, so Rockwell is the only boss. Technically, I guess there's technically the Reapers, which would count as bosses, but they're more like mini bosses, if anything. Well, this isn't working the way I wanted it to. Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. As far as I know, I believe it's just the Manticore that's in Scorched Earth. But here's also the other thing, I haven't played Scorched Earth in so long, they might have added in a new boss, but from what I knew, it was just the Manticore. I don't know if they've changed that since, though. Oh, I can get back up there. I just gotta be careful on how I do things right now. Oh. No, so the reason why a lot of the animals are glowing is because they evolved to have bioluminescence because they lived underground. So I think a lot of the creatures that were actually experimented on are like the Nameless, I want to say. I could be wrong. I think those were creatures that were product of his experiments, and then the Seekers as well, if I remember correctly. They also might have been creatures that have been here. I do know for a fact, though, that one of the Shinehorns that the group had, Rockwell experimented on, and it became a horrifying monster that they had to kill. So I think if any of his creatures were experiments, I think they managed to kill them. Don't know if there are any that are still living. Another Cosmo. Man, I put a few of you over here, and now suddenly I can find you guys everywhere. Hell yeah. So yeah. It's still really messed up on a lot of the stuff Rockwell did. Like, he was pretty bad. One second. Oh, fucking hell. If I remember correctly, I think he does say something, but I can't remember. It would be interesting if that's how they did it, but it is not. I think I'm going to put an end to this episode. I'm going to go get something to eat, shower, and then I might be back to stream. I don't know. But I feel like I made some good progress here. So. I do know, so in Extinction it's all Titans, so you have a Desert Titan, a Forest Titan, and a Frost Titan, and then you have to either kill them or bring them. You can tame them or you can kill them, but then you have to fight the King Titan. So then that's the final boss, so that's Extinction. In Genesis, I want to say there was the Modair. It's like a big underwater creature. I want to say that was a boss fight. And you fought against like a simulated boss as well. I can't remember what the final boss was to that. But then in Genesis 2, I don't know if they have any other bosses, but I know the final boss is you fight Rockwell again, and you actually, I think you, in order to properly kill him, I think you, no, because he's sort of alive. I don't know, but I know you fight him, and then it's like they detach the Eden ring off of it. So then it's just uh, Rockwell floating in space. The only other one I think that has like entirely custom bosses is Fjordur, which you end up fighting Fenrir. So that's pretty cool. The center is the island bosses. I know you get to fight the Brood Mother, I think the Megapithecus and the Dragon, but I could be wrong. And then I think there's also, I don't know if there's a final boss to it. In Ragnarok, I know there's like an ice death worm, so... But... Alright. That's enough ARK for me. For a while. But I am going to go shower, get something to eat, something, and then maybe I might be back. Who knows? But... Alright, catch you later, man.